ITY, expect delays. Advise on initial contact you have information Kilo. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, information Kilo. 0900 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 16 right, 17 left, 16 left, 17 right. Wind 140 at 12. Visibility 10. Broken at 1600. Temperature 22, dew point 18. QNH 1007. Transition level 120. Military aircraft conducting operations in the vicinity, expect delays. Advise on initial.
China Eastern 281 radio check.
China Eastern 281. Pudong clearance, loud and clear.
China Eastern 281, information Kilo, request IFR clearance to Ho Chi Minh.
Give me 1 second for that clearance. China Eastern 281, clear to Tan Son Nhat via the next 81 Delta departure, then as filed. Runway 17 left, initial climb to 4000, departure on 119.075, squawk 2337.
Clear to Tân Sơn Nhất via the next A1 Delta departure and S5 runway 17 left, initial climb to 4000, departure on 119.075, squawk 2337, bamboo 281.
Passengers boarding started.
China Eastern 281, read back, correct. Contact ground on 121.625.
121.625, China Eastern 281, good day, bye bye.
Ta lại cùng nắm tay, ngoài kia thế giới đang chào đón những chặng đường sẽ qua bầu trời xanh vắng cùng bên nhau đến những nơi tuyệt vời. Cùng ước mơ những hò hẹn bất ngờ để lại trong ta những khoảnh khắc ta lại cùng nắm tay những hành trình đắm say trọn vẹn.
Bamboo 281 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281. Push and start approved. Face south.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start. China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
Air China Freight 1165, boarding complete. Request pushback.
Air China Freight 1165, cleared for push and start.
Roger, pushback approved. Air China Freight 1165. China Southern 6266 ready to taxi.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
China Southern 6266, runway 17 left taxi, via Lima 20 L20A, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 20, L20A, Victor 3, Tango 2, Papa 1, Alpha, Bravo 8, China Southern 6266.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Spring 8867 doors closed, ready for push and start.
Spring 8867, push and start at your discretion.
Push and start approved. Spring 8867.
Locking gear. Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Khách vui lòng đẩy cửa ra để theo dõi các sự hướng dẫn thiết bị an toàn trên máy bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, no duty and comfort are temporary to be stopped before departure. For we would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating safety features.
Dây an toàn. Quý khách vui lòng cài sẵn dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian bay. Dây an toàn của quý khách được cài như sau: cài hai đầu khóa vào nhau, siết chặt bằng cách kéo một đầu dây.
Junyao Air 135, 3 contact tower on 124.35.
Going to tower, Junyao Air 1353,
Allow
thanks.
seatbelt sign is on. Be contact with fasten your seatbelt and keep it stable while you are seated. These are the metal fittings to your other Aside from bicycling features, to unfasten your seatbelt,
Spring 8867 ready to taxi.
and pull the ends apart.
Spring 8867, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 25, L25A, Whiskey 2, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 25, L25A, Whiskey 2, Tango 4, Alpha, Bravo 8, Spring 8867.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
Pull the mask towards you, release firmly over your laptop mount. Keep your legs flat behind your head and breathe normally. If you set your guidance with the pointer, vanish all smoking materials and oxygen in you. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires an escalator, take your own mask first, then assist the other person. Oxygen masks are also available in dormitories and should be used in the same manner.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Your line is located out of your seat. All the seats below ground ready. Remove it only when instructed by cabin crew. Breathe over your head. Adjust the search around your waist. Fasten in front and to that side. Baggage the aircraft will get collected by pulling down the respect or plate. Level 2 or 2 standard.
895 ready to push.
Indonesia 8905, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Cleared push and start. Indonesia 8905.
Battery must be put down. Your luggage may be equipped with a whistle to adjust attention.
Air China 9030, cross runway 16 right.
Cross runway 16 right, Air China 9030.
Shenzhen Airliner 520, contact tower on 124.35.
Going to tower, Shenzhen Air 9520, thanks.
Or you will go the wing and to north of the rear of the cabin. Circle is now showing the exit.
Cathay 380, taxi to the ramp.
Turn the front or you're behind you.
Cathay 380, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, Cathay 380.
All doors and all wings exits are included with slide rails and the door is open in our
Ground United 198, taxi to the ramp.
United 198, taxi to parking via Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Lima 19, L21A, Lima 20.
Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Lima 19er, L21A, Lima 20, United 19er 8.
Or emergency flight, release your exit.
Patching freight 1165, cross runway 17 right.
Crossing 17 right, Air China Flight 1165.
Chennai Eastern 281 ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
Check cabin crew with line preparations for takeoff. Please ensure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 8.
Taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 8, China Eastern 281.
Air France 116, taxi to the ramp.
China Eastern 281. Say again.
Taxi via Lima 04 Bravo 5 Bravo 8 China Eastern 281.
Air France 116. Taxi to parking via Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot Romeo 3, Echo Lima 19 L21A.
Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot Romeo 3, Echo Lima 19er, L21A, Air France 116. Ground Junio Air 1008, taxi to the gate.
Junior Air 1008. Taxi to parking via Hotel 3, Hotel Romeo 6, hold short of runway 16 right.
Hotel 3, Hotel Romeo 6, hold short of runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
Indonesia 895 ready to taxi.
Indonesia 895, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 02, Papa 3, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 02, Papa 3, Alpha, Bravo 8, Indonesia 895.
Cathay 380, cross runway 16 right.
Crossing 16 right, Cathay 380.
Air China Freight 1165, contact tower on 118.4.
Switching to tower, Air China Freight 1165. China Eastern 6277, doors closed, ready for push and start.
China Eastern 6277, pushback approved.
Pushback approved, China Eastern 6277.
Ground Hainan 7841, taxi to parking.
Hainan 7841, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left.
Golf 3, Golf Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left, Hainan 7841.
China Eastern 9011, doors closed, ready for push and start.
China Eastern 9011, 1, pushback approved.
Pushback, China Eastern 9011. Ground, China Eastern 5817, taxi to the gate.
China Eastern 5817, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot, Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 04.
Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot, Tango 4, Whiskey 1, Lima 04, China Eastern 5817.
China Eastern 281, contact tower on 118.4. Have a good evening.
Tower on 118.4 China Eastern 281. Good day, bye bye.
Spring 8867, contact tower on 118.4.
China Eastern 281, holding short runway 17 left, ready for departure.
Shenzhen Air 9520, holding short of 16 right, ready for departure.
China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, runway 17 left. Hold short, you're number 2 behind the A350.
Hold short number 2 behind the A350 China Eastern 281.
Shenzhen Air 9520, runway 16 right, winds 130 at 12, cleared for takeoff.
16 right, cleared for takeoff, Shenzhen Airliner 520. Air China Freight 1165, holding short of 17 left, ready for departure.
Air China Freight 1165, winds 130 at 12, runway 17 left, cleared for takeoff.
17 left, cleared for takeoff, Air China Freight 1165, thanks.
China Eastern 7236, contact ground on 121.875.
To ground, China Eastern 7236, thanks.
FedEx 5315, contact ground on 121.875.
Ground on 121.875, FedEx 5315. Spring 8867, holding short of 17 left, ready to go.
Spring 8867, winds 130 at 12, runway 17 left, cleared for takeoff. Safe travels.
Cleared for takeoff, 17 left, spring 8867.
Approaching runway
Junior Air 1008, hold short of runway 16 right.
Holding short of runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, winds 140 at 12, cleared for takeoff.
Winds 10 at 12, clear for takeoff, runway 17 left, China Eastern 281.
Coming Air 8221, winds 130 at 12, runway 16 right, cleared to land.
16 right, cleared to land, Coming Air 8221.
Air China, Freight 1165, contact departure. Good day.
Departure for Air China Freight 1165.
Junior Air 1008, hold short of runway 16 right.
Holding short of runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
Shenzhen Air 9520, contact departure. Good day.
Departure Shenzhen Air 9520, see ya.
on runway
Stabilize.
7
Junior Air 1008, hold short of runway 16 right.
feet.
Holding short of runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
Toga assess, speed check.
Spring 8867, when ready, contact
Check.
departure.
Departure Spring 8867, good day.
Rotate. Check.
Junior Air 1008, hold short of runway 16 right.
16R, holding
Positive
short,
climb,
Junio
yeah.
Air 1008.
Junior Air 1008, hold short of runway 16 right.
16R, holding short, Junio Air 1008.
Junao Air 1008, cross runway 16 right.
Cross runway 16 right, Junio Air 1008.
China Eastern 281, contact departure.
Contact departure China Eastern 281. Good day. Good evening, departure China Eastern 281 with you passing 3300 climbing to 4000.
China Eastern 281. Shanghai departure, radar contact. Climb via the SID to flight level 128.
Climb via the SID to flight level 128, China Eastern 281.
Departure Indonesia 8905 2000 for 4000.
Indonesia 8905, radar contact. Climb and maintain 11 1000.
Climb 11 1000, Indonesia 8905.
Indonesia 895, contact. Shanghai control on 126.175.
Over to Shanghai control, Indonesia 8905. So long.
Departure China Eastern 9011 4000.
China Eastern 9011, radar contact. Climb and maintain 11 1000.
11 1000, China Eastern 9011.
China Eastern 9011 contact. Shanghai control on 126.175.
Switching to Shanghai control on 126.175, China Eastern 9011.
Điều kiện dây an toàn là nếu không có gì rời khỏi chỗ ngồi, quý khách vui lòng bật sợi dây an toàn trong suốt chuyến bay phòng khi máy bay bay vào khu vực thời tiết xấu. Đề nghị quý
speed 250 for
trong chế
spacing.
độ sử dụng trên máy bay và chế độ im lặng từ thời điểm này cho đến khi máy bay giảm độ cao. Sau đây chúng tôi sẽ phục vụ
Speed 250 for spacing. China Eastern 281.
Nếu quý khách có yêu cầu gì vui lòng bấm gọi nhân viên. Xin cảm ơn. Ladies and gentlemen, the
Departure China Eastern 6277 2000 for 4000.
China Eastern 6277, radar contact. Climb and maintain 11, 1000.
Laptop and other portable electronic
1000 China
may be
Eastern
used in the mode
6277.
inside the mode from now until we begin descent or landing. In the field with us, refreshment will be served. So you require any additional information
China Eastern 281, climb flight level 300.
Thank you.
Climbing flight level 300. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 6277.
Dear guests, we are
Contact
pleased to
Shanghai
inform you
Control
that the cabin crew
on
will now begin the snack and beverage service. We have some
126.175.
delightful options from our menu, including our signature
Switching
dumplings
to
and
Shanghai
refreshing
Control
green
on
tea. After the service,
126.175
selected
China
items from the
Eastern
China Eastern Airlines shop
6277.
will be available for your enjoyment.
Departure China Eastern 519er 52000 for 4000.
China Eastern 51905, radar contact. Climb and maintain 12, 2000.
Up to 12 2000 China Eastern 51905. Departure Junior Air 1337 2000 for 4000.
Junior Yao Air 1337, radar contact. Climb and maintain 12, 2000.
Up to 12 2000 Junior Air 1337.
China Eastern 519er at 5 contact. Shanghai Control on 126.175.
Switching to Shanghai Control on 126.175, China Eastern 51905.
Junyao Air 1337 contact. Shanghai Control on 126.175.
126.175, Junior Air 1337. Departure, Spring 8567 2000 for 4000.
Spring 8567, radar contact. Climb and maintain 6000.
6000, Spring 8567.
China Eastern 281, speed restrictions cancelled. Resume normal speed.
Speed restrictions canceled. Resuming normal speed. China Eastern 281.
Spring 8567, contact Shanghai Control on 126.175.
126.175, Spring 8567.
China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 120.55.
Switching
to Shanghai Control on 120 decimal.
China, Eastern 281. Shanghai Control identified. Good evening.
Shanghai Control, Cathay 904, flight level 250.
Cathay 904, radar contact. Cathay 9062, contact Shanghai Control on 124.1.
124.1 for Cathay 962. Good day.
China Eastern 281, climb flight level 360.
Climbing flight level 360, China Eastern 281.
China Southern 8885, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, China Southern 8885, thanks for the help.
Traffic.
China Eastern 6277, contact Fukuoka Control on 124.55.
124.55, China Eastern 6277, thanks.
Spring 88902, contact Daegu. Info on 135.725.
135.725, Spring 88902. Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1353, flight level 270.
Junyao Air 1353, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Indonesia 8905, flight level 350.
Indonesia 8905, radar contact.
Over to Daegu Center, China Southern 3563, so long. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5195, flight level 300.
China Eastern 519, radar contact. China Eastern 5195, contact Fukuoka Control on 124.55.
124.55, China Eastern 5195, thanks. Switching to Fukuoka Control on 124.55, Junyao Air 1353.
Indonesia 8905, radar contact.
.375 for Shenzhen Air 9155.
China Eastern 6403, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air China 1535, flight level 210.
Air China 1535, radar contact. China Eastern 9011, radar contact. China Eastern 6277, radar contact. Finnair 87 contact, Daegu Center, on 125.375. China Eastern 5810, radar contact. Junyao Air 1353 radar contact.
Over to Shanghai Control, Air China 45907, so long. Shanghai Control, Air China 45907, flight level 230.
Air China 45907, radar contact. China Eastern 5346, radar contact. China Eastern 5416, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3563, flight level 150.
China Southern 3563, radar contact. Shenzhen Air Liner 15, 5 contact, Daegu. Info on 135.725.
135.725, Shenzhen Air Niner 155, thanks.
China Eastern 91999, radar contact.
Onto 125.9er, China Eastern 6403, good day.
Over to Shanghai Control on 125.325, China Eastern 5416.
Shenzhen Air, Niner 155 contact, Daegu. Info on 135.725.
135.725, Shenzhen Air, Niner 155, thanks for the help.
China Eastern 5416, radar contact.
Flight level 220, cleared for the Bravo Kilo 12 Alpha, arrival into Pudong, China Eastern 542. Shanghai Control, Spring 8567, flight level 170.
Spring 8567, radar contact. China Southern 3563, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
Over to Daegu Center, China Southern 3563, so long. .35 for China Eastern 5416, good day.
Junyao Air 1234, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Spring 89031, flight level 350.
Spring 89031, radar contact.
Junyao Control, China Eastern 5416, flight level 290.
China Eastern 5416, radar contact. China Southern 3563, contact. Daegu, info on 135.725. China Eastern Niner 011, radar contact. China Eastern 6403, radar contact. China Southern 3563, radar contact. China Eastern 901, 1 contact. Guangzhou control on 125.75.
5.75, China Eastern 90011.
China Eastern 5416, contact Guangzhou control on 118.9er.
118.9er, China Eastern 5416, see ya.
Shanghai 9er 454, descend and maintain flight level 230. Cleared for the Sasan 62 Alpha arrival into Hongqiao.
In the descent for flight level 230. Cleared for the Sasan 62 Alpha arrival into Hongqiao, Shanghai 9er 454.
Shanghai Nina 454, contact Shanghai control on 132.05.
132.05, Shanghai 9er 454, thanks.
China Southern 3563, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, see ya, China Southern 3563.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6403, flight level 370.
China Eastern 6403, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai 9er 454, flight level 340.
Shanghai 9er 454, radar contact. China Eastern 6403, contact Guangzhou control on 132.3.
132.3, China Eastern 6403.
Junior Air 1337, radar contact. Junior Air 1234, radar contact.
Switching to Nanning Control on 134.375, China Eastern 6403.
China Eastern 5416, radar contact. China Eastern 542, contact Fukuoka control on 123.9er.
On to 123.9er, China Eastern 542, good day.
Junior Air 1234, contact Fukuoka control on 124.55.
Over to Pudong control on 124.55, Junior Air 1234. Shanghai control, China Eastern 542, flight level 320.
China Eastern 542, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Xiamen Air 8534, flight level 230.
Xiamen Air 8534, radar contact. China Eastern 9011, contact Guangzhou control on 127.5.
127.5, see ya, China Eastern 90011.
China Eastern 6277, contact Beijing control on 120.55.
120.55, China Eastern 6277, thanks for the help.
China Eastern 5416, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, 125.375 China Eastern 5416, thanks.
Xiamen Air 8510, radar contact. Malaysian 38, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Juneyao Air 21901, flight level 300.
Juneyao Air 21901, radar contact.
Salmon Control, Salmon Air 8510, flight level 170.
Xiamen Air 8510, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 2008, flight level 320.
China Eastern 2008, radar contact. Xiamen Air 8510, descend and maintain flight level 120. Cleared for the Eagle 6 Whiskey arrival into Xiamen.
Descending to flight level 120. Cleared for the Eagle 6 Whiskey arrival into Xiamen, Xiamen Air 8510.
Shandong 2127, radar contact. China Eastern 5416, radar contact.
.725 see at China Eastern 5416.
Xiamen Air 8102, radar contact.
Over to Daegu Center, China Eastern 5416, so long.
China Southern 3917, radar contact. China Eastern 2962, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai 853, flight level 240.
Shanghai 853, radar contact. China Eastern 542 contact. Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, China Eastern 542.
China Southern 3899, radar contact. Xiamen Air 8534, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai 853, flight level 280.
Shanghai 853, radar contact. Xiamen Air 8510, contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905 for Xiamen Air 8510, good day. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6345, flight level 200.
China Eastern 6345, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Lucky Air 9er 8907, flight level 240.
Lucky Air 9er 8907, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai Control on 124.1.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 124.1, China Eastern 281.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6345, flight level 250.
China Eastern 6345, radar contact. China Eastern 542 contact. Daegu info on 135.725.
On to 135.725, China Eastern 542, good day.
And Chang Control, Spring 8867, flight level 310.
Spring 8867, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3585, flight level 210.
Captain, would you like a drink or a
China
small snack?
Southern 3585, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 3587, flight level 340.
China Southern 3587, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3587, flight level 340.
China Southern 3587, radar contact. China Eastern 6012, descend and maintain flight level 250. Cleared for the Anda Wireless 81 Alpha arrival into Pudong.
Out of current altitude for flight level 250. Cleared for the Anda Wireless 81 Alpha arrival into Pudong, China Eastern 6012.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 90811, flight level 340.
Shenzhen Air Niner 811, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5810, flight level 370.
China Eastern 5810, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5362, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5362, radar contact. China Eastern 6012, contact. Hefei control on 135.4.
Switching to Hefei control on 135.4, China Eastern 6012. Hefei control, China Eastern 6012, flight level 360.
China Eastern 6012, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 9520, contact. Guangzhou control on 125.75.
125.75 for Shenzhen Air 9520, good day. Nhat control, Shenzhen Air 9520, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 9520, radar contact.
Shanghai control, China Southern 3585, flight level 290.
China Southern 3585, radar contact.
Control, China Eastern 90199, flight level 350.
China Eastern 90199, radar contact. China Eastern 281. Contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
Switching to Nanchang control on 125.375, China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 360.
China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control identified. 1 Shanghai. Shenzhen Air 632, descend and maintain flight level 210. Cleared for the Oggot 5 arrival into Baoan, China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control. Identified. Good evening. Shenzhen Air 89981 contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.95.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 118.95, Shenzhen Air 89981.
FA Control, China Southern 6348, flight level 360.
China Southern 6348, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Salmon Air 8332, flight level 340.
Salmon Air 8332, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 89981, 2000.
Shenzhen Air 89981, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 89981 contact. Nanchang Control on 125.375.
125.375, Shenzhen Air 89981, see ya.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6345, flight level 250.
China Eastern 6345, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 90529er, flight level 340.
Shenzhen Air 95229er, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 89981, flight level 360.
Shenzhen Air 89981, radar contact. China Eastern 6012 contact. Fukuoka, control on 123.9er.
123.9er, see ya, China Eastern 6012. Nanchang Control, Shandong 4632, flight level 380.
Shandong 4632, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Cathay 430, flight level 340.
Cathay 430, radar contact. United Eagle 2263, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905, United Eagle 2263.
263, thanks for the help. Shanghai Control, United Eagle 2263, 2000.
United Eagle 2263, radar contact. United Eagle 2263, contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
125.375, United Eagle 2263, thanks. Nanchang Control, United Eagle 2263, flight level 320.
United Eagle 2263, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai Niner 334, flight level 340.
Shanghai Nina 334, radar contact.
Action Control, Cathay 430, flight level 340.
Cathay 430, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3585, flight level 350.
China Southern 3585, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 8945, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8945, radar contact. Air China 1734, descend and maintain flight level 250.
leaving for flight level 250, Air China 1734. Shanghai Control, Air China 1734, flight level 360.
Air China 1734, radar contact.
Nhat Control, Korean Air 2006, flight level 340.
Korean Air 2006, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5244, flight level 360.
China Eastern 281. Contact Nanchang. Control on 124.15.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control, identified. Good evening.
Simon Control, Junyao Air 1353, flight level 310.
Junyao Air 1353, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 632, flight level 300.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Eastern 5258, flight level 360.
China Eastern 5258, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 9520, contact. Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15 for Shenzhen Air 90520. Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 90520, flight level 330.
Shenzhen Air 9520, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact. Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
125.75, Shenzhen Air 632, see ya.
Shanghai Control, Spring 8776, flight level 340.
Spring 8776, radar contact. Spring 6720, contact. Shanghai Control on 135.05.
135.05, Spring 6720. Shanghai Control, Spring 6720, flight level 360.
Spring 6720, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 8907, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8907, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Hainan 7037, flight level 320.
Hainan 7037, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 350.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact. Balhinia 247, contact. Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Over to Guangzhou Control, Balhinia 247, so long. Guangzhou Control, Balhinia 247, flight level 330.
Balhinia 247, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 1, flight level 330.
Air Macau 1, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 272, flight level 340.
Hong Kong Shuttle 272, radar contact. China Eastern 90199er, descend and maintain flight level 240. Cleared for the OL Pod 3 arrival into Bayun.
Leaving for flight level 240, cleared for the OL Pod 3 arrival into Bayun, China Eastern 90199er.
China Eastern 90199er, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.975.
133.975 via China Eastern 90199er. Air Macau 826, flight level 320.
Air Macau 826, radar contact. Spring 8931, descend and maintain flight level 240. Cleared for the Old Pabi 3 arrival into Bayun.
Leaving for flight level 240. Cleared for the OLKB 3 arrival into Bayun Spring 8931.
Spring 8931. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.975.
Over to Guangzhou Control, Spring 8931. So long.
Nanjing Control, Airbus 725, flight level 310.
Airbus 725, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 8907. Contact Shanghai Control on 132.45.
132.45, see Shenzhen Air 8907. Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 8907, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8907, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 632, 14000.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact.
Traffic. Nanchang Control, Sendy 6577, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133.475. China Eastern 281.
Sendy 6577, radar contact. China Southern 6547. Descend and maintain flight level 250.
The descent for flight level 250, China Southern 6547. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5350, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5350, radar contact. China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, identified. Wan and Ni.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 2068, flight level 360.
China Eastern 2068, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905. China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Switching to Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 281.
118.5 for Shenzhen Air 632. Good day.
China Southern 6547. China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control, identified R1.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 632, flight level 310.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 6547, flight level 340.
China Southern 6547, radar contact. China Eastern 6667, descend and maintain flight level 240, cleared for the Beko 1 arrival into Baoan.
Descending to flight level 240. Cleared for the Beko 1 arrival into Baoan, China Eastern 6667.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou, control on 133.475.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133.475, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281. Contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 90937, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 90937, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Eastern 90199, flight level 140.
China Eastern 90199, radar contact. China Eastern 5096, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Out of current altitude, flight level 230, China Eastern 5096. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5096, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5096, radar contact. China Eastern 90199, contact. Guangzhou, control on 118.95. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou control on 133.475 bits.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133.475. China Eastern 281.
Over to Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 90199. So long.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 360.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou control. Good evening. Spring 89er, 31 contact, Nanchang control on 124.15.
124.15, Spring 89er 31, thanks for the help. flight level 340.
China Eastern 50906, radar contact. Spring 8931 contact, Nanchang control on 125.375.
Over to Nanchang control, spring 8931, so long.
China Eastern 90199, contact Nanning control on 119.325.
Over to Nhat control, China Eastern 90199, so long.
Guangzhou control, Hainan 7714, flight level 170.
Hainan 7714, radar contact.
Guangzhou control, China Southern 3356, flight level 170.
China Southern 3356, radar contact. China Eastern 50906, contact Nanchang control on 124.15.
124.15 for China Eastern 50906.
Guangzhou control, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 350.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact.
Guangzhou control, UPS 77, flight level 190.
UPS 77, radar contact. China Eastern 90199, contact. Guangzhou control on 120.905.
Over to Guangzhou control, China Eastern 90199, so long.
China Southern 3669, contact Nanchang control on 124.15.
124.15 for China Southern 3669.
Spring 8931, contact Nanning control on 119.325.
On to 119.325, spring 8931, good day.
Guangzhou control, China Eastern 50906, flight level 280.
China Eastern 5096, radar contact.
Guangzhou control, Hainan 7812, flight level 380.
Hainan 7812, radar contact. Spring 89er, 31 contact, Guangzhou control on 120.905.
Switching to Guangzhou control on 120.905, spring 8931.
Airbus 725, flight level 310.
Airbus 725, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 344, flight level 300.
Cathay 344, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3239er, flight level 240.
China Southern 3239er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 387, flight level 190.
China Southern 387, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Shanghai Air 6209er, flight level 190.
Shanghai Air 6209er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Hainan 7733, flight level 190.
Hainan 7733, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 387, flight level 290.
China Southern 387, radar contact. China Southern 374. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.275.
133.275 for China Southern 374.
Guangzhou Control, Shanghai Air 6209er, flight level 230.
Shanghai Air 6209er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Hainan 7733, flight level 230.
Hainan 7733, radar contact. China Southern 374. Contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
118.975 for China Southern 374. Guangzhou Control, China Southern 374, flight level 380.
China Southern 374, radar contact.
Captain Viet Vong Vei, would you like a drink or a small snack?
China Southern 8470. Descend and maintain flight level 180. Cleared for the Bekel 1 arrival into Baoan.
Descending to flight level 180.
Cleared for the VCO 1 arrival into Baiwan, China Southern 8470.
China Southern 3585. Descend and maintain flight level 240. Cleared for the OLPAB 9er arrival into Bayun.
Down to flight level 240. Cleared for the OLPAB 9er arrival into Bayun, China Southern 3585.
Down to flight level 180. Cleared for the GYA-3 arrival into Bayun, Shenzhen Air 89902.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3585, flight level 350.
China Southern 3585 radar contact. China 7733 radar contact. Shenzhen Air 899 to contact Guangzhou Control on 124.45.
124.45, Shenzhen Air 89902, see ya.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 118.905, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control identified. Good evening.
China Southern 6738, flight level 180.
China Southern 6738, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3585, flight level 330.
China Southern 3585, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 2804, flight level 190.
Air China 2804, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 6738, flight level 250.
China Southern 6738, radar contact. China Southern 6738, descend and maintain flight level 170. Cleared for the WB 17 arrival into Fenghuang.
Descending to flight level 170. Cleared for the Dabu 17 arrival into Fenghuang, China, Southern 6738.
China Southern 6738, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
Guangzhou Control, Shanghai Air 6209er, flight level 370.
Shanghai Air 6209er, radar contact. Air China 8348, climb and maintain, flight level 220.
Up to flight level 220, Air China 8348.
Air China 8348, contact, Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Air China 8348, thanks for the help.
Air China 2804, climb and maintain, flight level 220.
Flight level 220, Air China 2804.
Guangzhou Control, China 76589, flight level 200.
China, Southern 6589er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Red Cap 122, 10,000.
Red Cap 122, radar contact. Red Cap 122, contact landing control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er decimal 325 for Red Cap 122.
Air China 2804, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125.175 for Air China 2804.
Red Cap 122, contact Guangzhou Control on 127 decimal 5. China Eastern 281, contact landing control on 119er decimal 325.
Switching to landing control on 119er decimal 325, China Eastern 281. Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 360.
China Eastern 281, landing control identified. 1N.
Hong Kong radar, Air China 8348, flight level 240.
Air China 8348, radar contact.
Control, Air China 4304, flight level 310.
Air China 4304, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 6372, flight level 170.
China Eastern 6372, radar contact. Air China 4304, contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, see Air China 4304.
Hong Kong radar, EVA 850, flight level 180.
EVA 850, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Air China 4304, flight level 330.
Air China 4304, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 351, flight level 370.
China Southern 351, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Express 4096, flight level 360.
China Express 4096 radar contact.
Manning Control, China Eastern 6372, flight level 290.
China Eastern 6372 radar contact. China Eastern 6372 contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 6372, so long. Hong Kong radar, China Southern 3608, flight level 220.
China Southern 3608 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 6372, flight level 310.
China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133.075. China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 360.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control identified. Good evening. China Southern 5032, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
On to 125.75, China Southern 5032, good day.
China Eastern 90657, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3, China Eastern 90657, thanks.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 734, flight level 200. Cathay 734, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5032, flight level 220.
China Southern 5032, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 350.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact. Cathay 734, contact Hong Kong radar on 122.905.
Over to Hong Kong radar, Cathay 734, so long. Hong Kong radar, Hong Kong shuttle 701, flight level 280.
Hong Kong shuttle 701, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Cathay 734, flight level 190.
China Eastern 281, contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
China Eastern 281. Nanning control identified. Good evening. Cathay 734. Contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905 for Cathay 734. Good day.
Hong Kong radar, Cebu 114, flight level 270.
Cebu 114, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Spring 8598, flight level 360.
Spring 8598, radar contact. China Eastern 90657, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
Onto 133.075, China Eastern 90657, good day.
Cathay 734, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
Onto 118.905, Cathay 734, good day.
Cathay 706, descend and maintain flight level 250. Cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong.
Descending to flight level 250, cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong, Cathay 706.
Heading control, China Southern 3585, 8000.
China Southern 3585, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 120, flight level 190.
Air Macau 120, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 706, flight level 360.
Cathay 706, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 747, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
118.925, Hong Kong Shuttle 747, thanks. Landing control, Cathay 734, 10,000.
Cathay 734, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou Control on 124.45. China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control identified. Good evening. Hong Kong Shuttle 701, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, thanks for the help.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 90657, 16,000.
China Eastern 90657, radar contact. China Southern 503, 2 contact Nanning Control on 119er decimal 325.
119er decimal 325, China Southern 5032, thanks for the help.
Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, flight level 160.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact. China Eastern 90657, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125 decimal 175, China Eastern 90657.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125 decimal 175, Hong Kong Shuttle 701.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3231, flight level 200.
China Southern 3231, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 747, flight level 200.
Hong Kong Shuttle 747, radar contact. China Southern 5032, contact Guangzhou Control on 127 decimal 5.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 127 decimal 5, China Southern 5032.
China Eastern 90657, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
Over to Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175, China Eastern 90657.
Hong Kong Shuttle 747, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125 decimal 175 for Hong Kong Shuttle 747.
Guangzhou Control, EVA 386, flight level 360.
EVA 386, radar contact. Cathay 706, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125 decimal 175 for Cathay 706. Good day. Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 747, flight level 160.
Hong Kong Shuttle 747, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 747, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
125 decimal 175, Hong Kong Shuttle 747, thanks.
Nanning Control, Hainan 7571, flight level 350.
Hainan 7571, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 747, contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175, China Eastern 281. Contact Hong Kong radar on 125 decimal 175.
Switching to Hong Kong radar on 125.175, China Eastern 281. Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 360.
China Eastern 281. Hong Kong radar identified. Good evening.
Control, Cathay 706, flight level 220.
Cathay 706, radar contact. Singapore 806, radar contact. Thai Vietjet 3732, descend and maintain flight level 230. Cleared for the Big Row 1 Alpha, arrival into Macau.
In the descent for flight level 230. Cleared for the Big Row 1 Alpha, arrival into Macau, Thai Vietjet 3732.
China Eastern 281. Contact landing control on 124.575.
Switching to Nanning Control on 124.575, China Eastern 281.
Nanning Control, Thai Vietjet 3732, flight level 340.
Thai Vietjet 3732, radar contact. Cathay 706. China Eastern 281. Nanning control identified. Hao 1. China Eastern 281. Contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar identified. Hello there.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 35905, flight level 230.
China Southern 35905, radar contact. Cathay 706 contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175. 25.175, Cathay 706, see ya.
China Eastern 281. Contact Manning Control on 124.575.
Contacting Manning Control on 124.575. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281. Nanning Control identified. Taiwan. Double Gold 612, descend and maintain flight level 230, cleared for the B-HIC-2 arrival into Nanning.
Out of current altitude for flight level 230, cleared for the B-HIC-2 arrival into Nanning Double Gold 612.
Thai Vietjet 373 to contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, Thai Vietjet 3732. Guangzhou Control, Thai Vietjet 3732, flight level 340.
Thai Vietjet 3732, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Sky Legend 908, flight level 360.
Sky Legend 908, radar contact. Thai Vietjet 3732, contact landing control on 133.905.
133.905 for Thai Vietjet 3732. Good day. Landing control, Thai Vietjet 3732, flight level 310.
Thai Vietjet 3732, radar contact. Thai Vietjet 3732, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
125.75, Thai Vietjet 3732. Guangzhou Control, Thai Vietjet 3732, flight level 310.
Thai Vietjet 3732, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Switching to Sanya Control on 120.5, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Sanya Control identified. Good evening.
flight level 360.
Cathay 708, radar contact. Dynasty 836 contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Switching to Hong Kong radar on 125.175, Dynasty 836.
China Control, Xiamen Air 834, flight level 320.
Xiamen Air 834, radar contact.
China Control, China Southern 8348, flight level 340.
China Southern 8348, radar contact.
China Control, China Southern 6064, flight level 320.
China Southern 6064, radar contact. Emirates 333 contact, Hanoi Center on 133.65.
133.65, see ya, Emirates 333.
Air travel 7704, radar contact. Air travel 7704 contact, Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175 for air travel 7704.
Captain Viet Vong Ve, would you like a drink or a small snack?
Cathay 708, descend and maintain flight level 250, cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong.
Descending to flight level 250, cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong Cathay 708.
Cathay 708, contact Nanning Control on 133.905.
Switching to Nanning Control on 133.905, Cathay 708.
Sanya Control, Air China 890, flight level 360.
Air China 890, radar contact. Jet 3948, contact Nanning Control on 128.7.
On to 128.7, via Jet 3948, good day.
Sanya Control, China Eastern 5771, flight level 270.
China Eastern 5771, radar contact. China Eastern 5771, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Over to Phnom Penh Center on 127.5, China Eastern 5771.
Sanya Control, Dynasty 840, flight level 340.
Dynasty 840, radar contact.
Bangkok Control, 4427, 4000.
4427, radar contact. China Eastern 281. Contact Hanoi Center on 125.9er.
Switching to Hanoi Center on 125.9er. China Eastern 281. Hanoi Center, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you flight level 360.
China Eastern 281, Hanoi Center, identified. Good evening.
Hanoi Center, Air Macau 902, flight level 350.
Air Macau 902, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, Chaoyang.
SmartCat 552, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
Over to Bangkok Control on 120.5, SmartCat 552.
Myanmar 455 1000.
Myanmar 455, radar contact.
Myanmar 455, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
Over to Bangkok Control on 120.5, Myanmar 455. Myanmar 455, flight level 210.
Myanmar 455, radar contact.
Myanmar 455, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
120.5, Myanmar 455, thanks for the help. 455, flight level 250.
Myanmar 455, radar contact.
Myanmar 455, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
Over to Bangkok Control on 120.5, Myanmar 455.
Vietnam Airlines 403. Descend and maintain flight level 240. Cleared for the Dovan 5 Echo arrival into Tan Son Nhut.
Descending to flight level 240. Cleared for the Dovan 5 Echo arrival into Tan Son Nhut, Vietnam Airlines 403.
Vietnam Airlines 142, 18,000.
Vietnam Airlines 142, radar contact. Vietnam Airlines 142, contact Sanya Control on 120.5. 120.5 for Vietnam Airlines 142.
142, 15,000. Vietnam Airlines 142, radar contact.
China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 360.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, Chao Ong.
Cav OK. Temperature 31. Dew point 26. QNH 1010. Transition level 200. Caution bird activity. Drone activity.
Vietnam Airlines 403 contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. 127.5 for Vietnam Airlines 403.
Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 340.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact. Vietnam Airlines 403, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. On to 127.5, Vietnam Airlines 403, good day.
Control, Cebu 863, flight level 350.
Cebu 863, radar contact. Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 200.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact.
Vietnam Airlines 403, contact China Control on 120.5.
120.5, see ya. Vietnam Airlines 403. Control, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 180.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact.
Captain Viet Vong Ve, would you like a drink or a small snack?
China Eastern 281. Descend via Doven 6 Echo to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1010.
Descend via Doven 6 Echo to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1010, China Eastern 281.
Traffic.
Máy bay của chúng ta đang giảm độ cao để hạ cánh. Quý khách vui lòng trở về chỗ ngồi, dựng thẳng lưng ghế, gấp bàn ăn, cài dây an toàn và mở tấm che cửa sổ. Vì lý do an toàn, quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại di động, các loại máy thu phát sóng và các thiết bị điện tử xách tay, hoặc chuyển sang chế độ sử dụng trên máy bay cho đến khi quý khách rời khỏi máy bay. Các thiết bị điện tử xách tay khi không sử dụng phải được cất trong ngăn đựng bên phía trước khi máy bay hạ cánh và di chuyển vào nhà ga. Quý khách vui lòng hạn chế sử dụng phòng vệ sinh từ lúc này. Xin cảm ơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat, ensure that your seat belt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in use must be stowed in the overhead lockers or in the seat pockets in front of you during landing and taxi. Passengers are also requested to refrain from using the lavatories from now on. Thank you.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Sunlux 873, flight level 270. Sunlux 873, radar contact. Sunlux 873 contact, sign your control on 120.5. Over to sign your control, Sunlux 873, so long. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, China Eastern 2. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, descending flight level 310 for 5000.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening.
Ho Chi Minh Control, IRS 658, flight level 200.
IRS 658, radar contact. IRS 658, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5, China Eastern 281, cleared bomb C transition. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach into Tan Son Nhat. Verify information, Bravo.
Cleared bomb view transition. Expect ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
Switching to Phnom Penh Center on 127.5, Thai Air Asia 658.
Team in control, Cathay 636, flight level 360.
Cathay 636, radar contact.
281. Contact Tan Yat approach on 126.25.
Contacting Tan Nhat approach on 126.35. China East. Tan Nhat approach. China Eastern 281. Good evening. 18,000 for 5,000.
China Eastern 281, Tan Nhat approach identified. Good evening, Tan Nhat QNH 1010.
QNH 1010, China Eastern 281.
Meine Damen und Herren, we are now beginning our final approach into Ho Chi Minh City. Please ensure that all electronic devices are turned off and stowed away until we arrive at the gate. Kindly return your tray tables to their upright positions and make sure your seats are in the full upright position with your seatbelts fastened. The weather at our destination is currently 21 degrees Celsius. Our assigned gate is Domestic Terminal Gate 18. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
China Eastern 281, descend altitude 2,000 feet.
Descending to 2,000 feet, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, cleared for the ILS runway 25 right approach via Bomsu.
Cleared for the ILS runway 25 right approach via Bomsu, China Eastern 281.
281. Contact Tan Son Nhat Tower on 118.7.
Switching to Tan Son Nhat Tower on 118.7, China Eastern. Tan Son Nhat Tower, China Eastern 281. Good evening. Established on the ILS runway 25 right approach.
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Nhat Tower, roger, continue approach. Jetstar 63, cross runway 25 left.
Crossing 25 left, Jetstar 63.
China Eastern 281, after the departing Vietnam Airlines A320, runway 25 right, winds 160 at 12, cleared to land.
Runway 25 right, cleared to land after the departing A320. China Eastern 281.
Vietnam Airlines 606, contact ground on 121.6. Ground on 121.6, Vietnam Airlines 606. Vietnam Airlines 606, hold short of runway 25 left.
Hold short of 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 606.
Check.
Approaching runway 25 right.
Check.
Vietnam Airlines 606, hold short of runway 25 left.
400. Approaching minimums.
Hold short of 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 606.
300.
Continue.
200. 100.
Check.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Stay back up, reverse as normal.
I think you can do better than that.
China Eastern 281, welcome to Tan Son Nhat, contact ground on 121.6.
Switching to ground on 121.
Đề nghị quý khách phương tiện tại chỗ với dây an toàn được cài chặt cho khi từ trường tắt tín hiệu đèn cài dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ. Đề nghị quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại và các thiết bị sử dụng máy bay. Khởi trở phía trước và dây an toàn chấp hành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay cùng Bamboo Airways đã ở vòng của diếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this runway 07 until Captain's
Hold short of runway 07 right, China Eastern 281.
Do not use mobile phone and electronic devices at this moment. Captain, cabin manager, and all crew members, I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports hospitality. We look forward to meeting you again soon. Thank you and goodbye.
Vietnam Airlines 148 ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 148, runway 25 left, taxi via Yankee 2, Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left, taxi via Yankee 2, Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 148. China, Eastern 281, cross runway 07 right, then continue taxi via Sierra 8, Victor.
Approaching runway 7.
Cross
right.
runway 07 right, then continue taxi via Sierra 8, Victor. China Eastern 281.
Approaching runway 7, right.
Item 768, request push and start. Item 768, push and start approved. Roger, pushback approved. Hyman 768. Bamboo 280, push and start approved. Push back and start approved, Bamboo 280. Ready to taxi. Bamboo 280, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Bamboo 280. Vietnam Airlines 148 contact tower on 118.7. Tower on 118.7, Vietnam Airlines 148.
Delta 525 request push and start clearance.
Red Cap 525, push and start approved.